Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube, X, TikTok, Instagram, all the rest. Let's get into it. All right, let's see what we got. All right, we got the 5 at 84.98, the 20 at 86.35. Now, on the trading plan, it said above the 5, but we're going to have to do above the 20. So change that trading plan to bolt up above the 5 to above the 20, if that happens. Before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. There was some economic something or other. What is it like? Non-farm payroll, I believe. I think he gave us a little push up. Don't know how significant that is in the grand scheme of things, considering everything else going on. But I guess we're gonna find out. Let's check on VWAP. All right, we maybe a bounce off VWAP. I'd like to see 84.34 form support. But then look, we got the MAs are right here, so there's going to be a little shaky up in here. If we get above the 20 like this, it might take a while. But if we get above the 20, we're going to look for our call entries. We're kind of in a range today. I think the price action looks a little neutral to me. So that's why I said, maybe we're gonna have a grind or a choppy day. If the opening drive was, immediately down, then I'd probably be targeting 76.58. It's still too early to make any determination like that, but the price action to me uh looks a little neutral, I guess. Yeah, maybe a little neutral, something like that. So not every day is a trading day. It looks choppy to me. Let's see if what they want to do. What I will recommend. Excuse me, my Alzheimer's is kicking in. If you do take a trade, get in, get out, get the money, and get out. I don't think any of the plays are going to be. Um, I don't think they're going to run that much. It's only because I see this range. I mean, we can still make some good money in here, but I just see that little range and just the price action. It's not giving me. It's giving me nothing. It's telling me neutral. It's telling me sideways. So we gotta let the actual price tell us what's gonna happen today, because pre-market and after hours is only gonna give you but so much liquidity. All right, let's see if we make it down to that key level. Let's see if we get to 77.49. It's early. Give it a second. Give it a second. So we identified this little wedge right here that was possibly forming. We'll see how much how far it goes. Again, I'm not expecting a lot from a lot of movement from today. Just from the price action. You know, this thing could dump all the way to who knows where, but yeah, I don't think I'm a big fan of trading in here. I think for the Discord, you know, this in here is our biggest challenge. And here's going to be our biggest challenge. If we get underneath this, then we're going to look for some stuff. This is a long way away. And the price action saying sideways chop or grind. So knowing when not to trade, that's also important. Let's see how much they want to do on this. Let's check on VWAP. All right, maybe retest a VWAP. On the 5, it looks like we might be starting that bear cycle. We're above the water, maybe starting a weak bear on the 30. Let's see what they do here. If we can do this, let's see if we can do something like that. And to 77.49. I'm also not a big fan of the magenta being the break of today. It's got to be something else. It's not going to be magenta today. I'll find it. It's going to take a little bit though. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of trading in here. If there's going to be any upside, wherever the price decides to settle out, which we'll figure it out when that happens, um, we got to look for calls above. It has to be like this. But then we have to worry about the 5. I think I'm going to play it cool. I'm going to let this opening drive. Yeah, I'm going to let this opening drive go. We need more data. Me personally, I need more data. Let's let at least 2 or 3 cycles go by. I know that may be a while, but I think it's the smart thing to do. If you took this, you got to chase it, right? If you took this retest, you got to chase it. Jones, yeah, I'm not sure why you're having a refresh. That seems like a browser issue on your end. Unless everyone else is having that issue. Let me know if anyone else is having that issue. I'll update the links today. If anyone else is having that issue, you gotta let me know. It'd be interesting if they did like if they ended up maybe staying in this purple, retesting VWAP to stay in the purple. So let's see. Let's play it cool today. Because I'm not the price action. It just didn't give me. It wasn't telling me much. It was telling me sideways choppy. That's what it was telling me. So yeah, let's wait a little bit. DC, you've been having an issue with that VWAP, huh? And I'm pretty sure you have. I'm pretty sure you have the paid version of TradingView. I'm pretty sure. Let's look for. Let's see if they give us one of these. So here's a test of VWAP. Now let's see. Here's a test of VWAP. Now let's see. So we're gonna see if they're gonna stay inside of this purple, or if they wanna do whatever I just drew. Oh, this right here. If this does play out like this, this would have been tough right here. This would have been tough if it does play out. So don't feel bad about it. If it does, we don't know. We'll see. They'll let us know. They will let us know. We'll look for resistance under 79.18, but then the next key level's right here. It's gonna be rough. I think today's gonna be choppy. I think today's gonna be choppy and a grind. Okay, another test of VWAP. Now we're gonna be able to see if they form the shoulder here. Right, like this. But we're pretty much back at market open. If you didn't take any trades, good. Today, I think is going to be one of the. Not every day is a trading day. Knowing when not to trade is very important. All right, let's see what they got. We have a minute and a half on this, minute 15 on this candle. Okay, so here are the two options from this point right here. All right, well, we see this, right? This possibility here, excuse me, or, but all the candles are engulfing. It's going to be tough, but look, or this right here. Which makes this our fitty. All right, this is going to give us a chance to test blue. I knew it wasn't going to be magenta. I knew it wasn't going to be that. Magenta might be our buying channel. Let them figure it out. Don't front run it. Three and a half on this candle. You know, usually I'll tell you guys if you miss the opening drive, you know, don't FOMO. But you know, if you read the analysis from this morning, it's doing exactly you know what I thought it was gonna do. I think today's gonna be rough. I mean, I think it'll be fine, but you just got to be really on it. This is, in my opinion, this is difficult to trade in. All right, so we want to see if the break of blue keeps us inside of this teal. Um, I just don't like the price action. I think I'm trying too hard right now. The price action is what it is, and it's not telling me much. It's telling me side chop. So I think I'm trying too hard because I feel like I need to perform, but I think that may be maybe ego, right? I think my ego is trying to. I don't want to risk people's money. I don't want to waste people's money. Okay, see? Okay. Yeah. All right. We want to look for a build in. What is this? Build in magenta and then the break of blue. Let me readjust blue. Yeah, we just need a little more data. And then we want to look for a build in purple and a break of teal. But this is only going to make sense if we get to 83.32. So we're going to wait for this teal until we get to 82.32, or excuse me, 83.32, and then we'll make our assessment then. We're in chop, right? We're in chop. We're back at market open. So we already knew this was going to be a thing. Not every day is a trading day. If I sound overly cautious today, you see why. This is very difficult to trade in. Very difficult to trade in. Okay, so on the 5 minute, yeah, we're going to keep this purple and we're going to keep this blue. So this purple is probably the teal. Here, let me do this. We'll do that. Yeah. Uh, yeah. That's what I'm thinking, Jones. It looks like not the day for this stuff, but we'll see. Look, this is okay. So look, blue definitely has a lot of liquidity. How far they want to go down, I don't know. I don't know how far they're going to go down. We can only ask for low a day. So risk to reward in this environment is rough because they're going to turn around and smack you in the face. They're going to make all the stops very uncomfortable. We'll see. Okay, we got to let this early volatility settle out. We just got to let it settle out. We're almost back at market open again. So they're dancing on VWAP. So for Discord, we really need to be cautious inside here, okay? We need to be cautious inside this lick box right here. Whatever this range is I have, this is the risk in here. If we break below, again, below this one, then we'll let it run. But inside here, we're going to get our data. This is where we need to collect our data. So then we're prepared when we get here or when we get up here. But that's the only thing we could really do. They're kind of respecting the algos, but we're in between like 3 or 4. We're in between 3 or 4. This is just chop. There's nothing to do in here. Your safety calls, again, above the 20. Your safety calls, quote unquote, safety, have to be above the 20. For puts, below 76.58. That's just what it is. Anywhere in this range is going to be rough. It's going to be rough. It's very rare that I'll say that analysis that I did this morning, very rare. Where I tell you choppy, grind, this is just this is what this is what the price action is telling me, that there's nothing. Yeah. So if I sound overly cautious, this is why it's going to be tough. But we need to go through days like this. It's very important we go through days like this. Being able to identify the chop, that's what we want. So look, this blue's holding up pretty well. I could probably make it a little prettier. I think the blue's holding up pretty well. It's just ugly. So on this retest here, on a normal day, it would have looked something like this. This is what I was gonna draw. Something like this right here. This is before VWAP got here, but look how much it drew down, right? So this would have faked me out as well, because this drawdown, it should have been no lower than this. Yeah, it should have been no lower than this, but look how much it went. Look how much further it went. So this is going to be tough to trade here. So the break of teal, we're going to see if it gets to 83.32. If you took this break of teal, you would have to really survive this stuff right here. I'm going to clean up the chart just so it doesn't look like I'm trying to cook the books here. All right, so we're going to keep building purple, break the teal for now. That's what we got right now. If they change it, we'll identify it. We're going to keep all of it. It's all fine. It's just ugly. All of it's fine. It's just ugly. So this is what it is. This is going to be, until they change it, which we'll identify, this is what we're going to use. Yeah, we don't have a choice. If you're looking for some type of quote unquote safety, I know it's far away, but it's got to be above 686.31, or excuse me, above the 20. This trade, this is difficult. This one was difficult. But I got to make a video, so I got to put the damn thing. I know probably none of us took it, but I got to make a video. If you did take it, good on you. I got to make a video. So I got to do it. Sorry. I mean, technically it worked. It's just ugly. Oh, and I think I figured out why they are shadow banning my videos like crazy with telling me that crazy stuff. I'm pretty sure the AI is picking up the jokes that I say in the beginning, like, we made enough money to enable us to do whatever the thing is, the joke, what moonwalk or whatever it is. I think I don't know, but I think they're basically telling me that those jokes are me encouraging people to do what do they call it? Some type of behavior, illegal behavior, or whatever it is. I think those jokes are yeah, I think those jokes are what's triggering the AI. All right, let me clean up the chart. Video made. Okay, right to the target, right? So look at this range we're in. You see the range we're in. All this needs to happen right here. If you didn't take any trades, there's nothing wrong with that. Good. I think this is a good day to understand the analysis, how to apply the analysis from this morning to right now. I think this is going to be a choppy, grindy, annoying day. Good morning, Mr. Ramos. Good morning, Alexis Contreras. If you're taking this break and retest, the 5's right here. You got to be careful. You got to be careful. And we're getting too overbought. So they might want a little pullback. All right, we're breaking the top of this lick box on the 30. So if it shoots up from here, my bad. But a break and retest would probably be our best bet. We have 16 minutes left on this 30-minute candle. Let's check the... Yeah, this blue's holding up pretty well. This blue held up pretty well. So the break of purple on our 5-minute held up pretty well. Remember, we wanted to see if the break of this teal was going to keep us in the blue. Look at this. It's going to be a rough day. I'm telling y'all right now, it's going to be a rough day. Because then when they do settle out, this is going to be the morning volatility. When they do settle out, then it's going to be the annoying grind. The annoying grind that looks like this. They're going to make you think, oh, okay, we're going to go up. We're going to go up. And then they're going to do this. And then that. Oh, okay, we're going to. Nope, we're going back up. It's going to be a grind like this. I think. But what do I know? I don't know. We're all going to find out together. That's for sure. If you took the break of this teal, this drawdown was significant. You know, break a teal, you put your stop below the last low, let the winner win. Sure, you know, it worked, but this would have been rough, I think, on everybody. Okay, so if we make it to the 5, I'm gonna explain how. All right, we're getting to the top of the blue, so maybe a little pullback on blue. I'm gonna explain how to use the trading plan. But look, as of now, we're in blue until we're not. We're in blue until we're not. Blue's holding up pretty well. So we'll see if they just want to grab liquidity from the 5, and if they reject off the 5 and push down, we're going to look for maybe our put somewhere over here. Now this blue, I'm just being preemptive, right? Because the setup is above the 20 for quote unquote safety calls. The setup is if we reject off the MAs, then we're going to look for puts somewhere around here. If we break this blue, that'll be our first indication. Now, if you took the break, retest, and reject here, you got to chase this, right? Because the 5's right here, and we have another key level at 84.34. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm focusing. I'm focusing, just being a little quiet. Okay. Okay. All right. This is a good move right here. All right. We'll put this one on the wins. We'll put this one on the win. I'm gonna chase this because we're at key level. If we make this support, then I'll readjust. I'm gonna try to hold to the 5, but we'll see. Okay, a little more. A little more. Nine seconds on this candle. Okay. All right, here we go. Okay. Good trade, right? The break, the retest and the reject right here. So you see your retest right here. You know, it went a little bit over. I got filled on the pretty much somewhere in this candle, pretty close to the top. I got filled. So we're doing all right now. Now we're good. All right, we secured something, huh? We secured something for the day. All right, now I'm going to adjust. Can't lose from here. Just let the winner win. Follow the strategy. Easy money. Easy money. There it is. There it is. Okay. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. All right. All right, this is a good day. We had a good day. Look at this money. Look at the money we just printed right now. All right, let me adjust. I'm going to adjust just a little bit. I'll take some off the table. I'm gonna give it a little bit of room because I want it to hit the actual 5, but I'm gonna take some off the table. If this candle is like a big candle down, I'm gonna take some off the table and I'll just let the runners run. One more little push. One more little push. Give me that little. There we go. All right, this is the part. See, the entries aren't the problem. I always get sketchy around the exits because I don't want to be greedy, but I also don't want to give away money I didn't have to. I don't want to be like, man, I knew I should have took profit. I hate doing that. But you never know. You know, we do the best we can. I'm chasing this with my initial contracts. So this is definitely being chased. I really wanted to hit the 5, like actually touch it. And then I'll definitely take some off the table there. Here we go. All right, I'm going to start to adjust. Here we go. Oh, if they can give me one more push. All right, first set gone. That's cool. That's fine. We did good. All right, now let's see if I can let these runners go a little bit. I probably need to get up and walk away. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get up and walk away. I'm going to get up and walk away. Come on. All right, I'm going to get up and walk away. Let me set everything. Okay, this is right. Oh, jeez. Look. All right, a little too close. I chased it, right? A little too close. Little too close, but the runners are still going, so. But I literally just took out half my contracts for absolutely no reason. Okay, I'm going to get up and walk away. I'll be right back. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risks. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to the website, livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted. It's not a matter of if, but when. Whenever you're ready. I have to get up and walk away because if I sit here, I know I'm going to start moving my mouse too much. Okay, I'm going to get up and walk away. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I have to get up and walk away. Whatever happens, happens. I'm fine. We can't lose from here. All right, bye. I'm leaving. Look at the money we just printed. Look at the money we just printed. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. All right, let's go to the 20. Come on. You know, I was a little overcautious here, but it's okay. We did. I mean, I'm not gonna complain about losing money. I'm about making money. I'm not gonna complain about making money. Now I'm gonna let these runners run. I'm gonna adjust it just a little bit, and then I'm gonna let them run. And then I'm gonna let them run. We can't lose from here, right? So we're okay. We're okay. I'm gonna split these up a little bit. Give me 1 sec. I need to focus. Give me 1 second. Okay, so what I wanted to happen happened. So now we're going to let's go. All right, I'm not gonna pay attention anymore. Just gonna let it run. All right, look, I'm gonna go to the trading plan now. Right? Here's the trading plan. Let's. All right, the last thing I said. Look for a play off the MAs. Now, how do we figure out the play off the MA? Right? How do we know when we're gonna play off the MA? This is what we needed to do. We needed to identify number one, this teal. Once we had the teal, which we kept, we knew it was going to be a thing, and then we saw this shoulder forming right here. This is what we knew what was going to kind of, this is our indication, right? This break retest was our confirmation. Hold on. Oh, I need to adjust. Let me adjust. Okay, I need to stop paying attention so much. All right, everything's set. Whatever happened, look at the money we're printing right now. Look at this money. So, look for a play off the MAs. This is an indication that we're looking for a play off the MAs, right? We stayed inside blue. We stayed inside blue. It even got stronger once we broke above the blue. We had a stronger buying channel once we broke this blue, right? However, this was my confirmation. On the break and retest of this level right here, 83.32. Remember I told you, we want to see if 83.32 forms some type of support. You see it right here. Here's the support I was talking about. Rewind the tape. We see it tested. Look, we actually see it right here. Let me redo this. This whole region right here. Once it broke, retested, and rejected, which is the path that I have drawn. Remember, I'm doing this freehand, folks. You got to give me some grace here. But we see the idea. If I know it's hard to get in exactly on 83.32, depending on how you set up your stuff. Hold on. Okay. I didn't get a perfect fill either. I got filled on probably the very, very, very top of the body. I got filled on the very top right here. There's a little tiny wick in here. I got filled on the very top of this body, and then I just let it go. And now we're doing the thing. So if you were the brave soul that took it down here, good on you. We understood we're still in blue. Everything worked. I know maybe I was a little overcautious. However, I'm going to repeat it. Do not let my bias guide, because everyone has a bias. You have to let the price action do the talking. You have to let the price action do the talking. How many times do you see streamers or YouTube people or whoever the shit saying, oh, today's going to be a bearish day, or Volatility incoming, bearish day, market crash. You see, you know why they put that, right? They put that because bad news drives views. Oh, I just made a rhyme. Bad news drives views. That's why they put all that stuff. So they're just trying to get clicks on their channel. And I'm going to repeat it again and again and again and again. Do not let my bias affect your trading, because we have a system. The system works. Everyone has a bias. We have to let the price action do the talking for us. Here's the price action we needed to see: the break, the retest, and the reject. And then we can ask for this level right here. And then we can ask for the 5. And then we can ask for the 20, level by level. Level by level. All of that happened. Look at the money. Look at this money. All right, it got me right here. I had it maybe a little too close. I was hoping that it hits the 20, but this one got me. Okay, right out of the trade. I think this is a good trade. From 80, if you're actually to get in, when you're supposed, or when you could have, 83.32 to gosh darn 80. This is a 3-point move. This is a 3-point move right here. Over 3 points, or no, just about 3 points. This is a 3-point move right here. If you think you can't make it day to day on a 3-point move, you got another thing coming. Let me check on the Discord. Let me check. Everyone cool? Check on the hummingbird. Yeah. Oh my goodness. We did good. We did good things. We needed. See this also, look at this wick right here. Kind of looks like a hammer, right? This is a good move. I'm not upset. I don't want any more drawdown. I took my profit where I could. Unfortunately, this one stopped me out of my first set of contracts, but we don't need to trade for the rest of the week. We're good. We did all right. We did what we needed to do. Now let's see if they're gonna grab some liquidity off the 5 before they want to maybe make a leg down. We're gonna see. So this play is done for me. For me, it's done. We're still high above the water. If you're holding for exit strategy 2 or 3, you're still holding. You're still holding. However, I mean, I could be done for the day and I'll be fine. Man, all right, we had a good day. We had a great day. All right, mascot, you did your job. Originally, I was thinking I was going to just leave it on the 5. I took a little bit above the 5. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that because I'm not built for dealing with certain types of drawdown. If I need to get back in, fine, but this was calling my name. This one was calling my name right here. And then we see the now look, I know I moved this over because I think it was over here, but all I did was move it to the side. I didn't actually move. I just moved it over to the side. And if you can see when I moved it to the side, look exactly where it hit. Look at the shoulder, exactly where it hit. I'm telling you, all I did was move it to the side. I didn't do anything else but move it to the side. Luckily, I'm just going to drag this over to the side as well. Watch. Dragging it over to the side. So look, here's the move. Here's the move. We already knew. And then this is still a thing. Here. Okay, we had a good day. Today was a good day. I'm going to clean up the chart just a bit. But look, you know, this has been here for a while. This was, all I did was move this to the side. We had our break of teal to identify this. This drawdown was tough. This drawdown was tough. But we stayed inside blue. We stayed inside the blue. So that was the key. Right? Because I never, all I did on this one, I made secondary liquidity. I left the blue here. This is why Discord, why we trade off the 5-minute chart. This is why we trade off the 5-minute chart. This is it right here. If you're on YouTube or whatever, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. If you're holding for the week cycle, you're still holding. You're still in the play, okay? If you did exit 2 or 3, or 3 rather, you're still in the play. But you're at key level, you're at the 5. You need to start to adjust your stops, okay? I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to follow, to be reasonable. That's what I'm saying. Be reasonable here. I'm just going to clean this up because it looks a little hectic. That was a good move. That was a good move. Hoo-wee. If you're new to the channel, new to the Discord, welcome. You're in a good place. You're in a good place. So we knew the call scenario was somewhere around here. It had to be around here. Our put scenario had to be the break of this blue. I mean, it's just that simple. It had to be that. Now from this point here, we're looking for a blue to form over here. If it dumps, if it just grabs from here and just straight dumps, then that's what it does. My bad. Now I know I have a teal here. However, you got to measure your risk to reward, right? Because the teal is pretty much inside the MAs. So your best bet from here has to be above the 20. Nothing's changed. Let's check higher time frame. Above the water. We have 18 minutes on this candle right here. So one option for further upside would be if we get a strong push up, 2 red candles, and then the continuation. Let me clean up this chart. Mascot, you did your job. And look, don't forget, we had this inside blue. So what I'm trying to say is certain things must happen. Certain things have to happen. And if it doesn't, then that means that's not our setup. That's all I'm saying. Certain things have to happen, and we got to have faith in when those price points hit, we got to have a little bit of faith that the market's going to do what it has to do because the orders have to be filled. But this right here, this was pretty good. This was pretty good. If you were to able to take it from here, you're a gangster. Me, I wait a little bit. I wait a little bit. And this is why I'm not upset that I took my profit. Not upset. And I got stopped out on this one, but from here to here, that's not, I didn't lose out on much. Either way, I wouldn't have been okay with this much drawdown. I'm not built for that. I'm not built for that. That's not me. We're day trading. I get in and get out. I get my money and leave. So we're still above the water. Still above the water. Still above the water. This is a big move. We got to let this settle out, okay? We don't know if they're grabbing liquidity from the MAs and rejecting. We don't know that yet. So we don't want to be preemptive. Not too preemptive. We know, but we're prepared. We are already prepared for if it happens. Hopefully VWAP's around here and then it breaks underneath VWAP. That'd be ideal. And all day yesterday, we only had, honestly, we only had like 2 real trades. I think we posted, I took 3, but we only had really 2 trades yesterday. That initial down, and then the rest of the day was up. So today we only had really, I think, 1, which is right here on the break of teal. That was the only one we really had. All right, Discord. If you took the break of this blue, go ahead and protect your trade, right? Break of blue, protect your trade. This is 43. This is 30. It's 30 cents. So just protect your trade. That's all I'm saying. We still need to wait till we get, yeah, pretty much underneath this lick box. So if you're looking for any type of safety, wait for underneath the lick box. But if you're scalping, you got to scalp this, okay? You got to scalp this underneath here. Then we'll let it go a little bit. So on the 1 minute, I have it here. So now we're going to see if they want to retest VWAP and then bounce off of VWAP. to stay inside of this bigger blue. You see the blue right here? I'm just going to highlight it really quick. Well, wait, this isn't here, but you see what I'm saying. This isn't really here, but if there is a bigger blue, we want to see if they're just staying inside of this bigger blue. Like this. Let's see what they do on VWAP. This candle has 1:30 in it. One minute on the candle. Again, if you're taking this teal, you got to measure your risk to reward. The 5's right here. It's right here. You got to measure risk to reward. You want to make sure that this isn't going to happen. Brand new candle right here. A little over 3 minutes on this candle. All right, volatility coming in. If we do get down here, you know, the 50-50 is going to be very large right here. So there's a little bit of no man's land right in here. A little bit of no man's land. And again, I don't know that this blue is going to be here. I'm being preemptive. When it does form, we'll be ready. We still have a minute 25 on this candle. So we'll know if we're staying inside purple or if we're going to break purple. Which is the teal on the one. If you're looking for quote unquote safety, it's got to be above the 20. It's got to be above the 20. Risk to reward right here to the 5. That's risky. If you took the teal, you know you got to chase this, right? If you took the break of purple, you got to chase this. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see what else they got. Come on. Four minutes on the candle. Okay. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm still here. I'm focusing. Okay. All right, I'm back. Come on. A little more. A little more. Okay. I want to take some off the table soon, but I want to secure something soon. Okay. Come on. A little more. A little more. A little more. All right, look at that. Look at the money we just printed. Look at this money we just printed. Again. Right here. Look at the money we just printed. From 84.61 to 85.79. Look at the money we just look at the money we're printing right now. Oh my goodness. Again. Another one. I need a DJ Khaled thing. Let's go. Look at the money we just printed. I'm not going to be greedy here. I'm not going to be greedy here. All right, trade protected. We're safe. We're safe. Whatever happens, happens. Oh, goodness. Okay. Look, the put scenario had to be down here. The call scenario, break of teal or break of purple. Our put scenario had to be down here. Our call scenario is the break of purple, right? Easy money. Let me focus. Okay. All right, we're set. I'm going to get up and walk away. Remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done with that, go to lightspytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. I will get you sorted out. It's not a matter of if, but when. Oh my goodness. Again. Another one. Look at the money. I still get excited. I still feel like I'm in Disney World every time. Look at this money. Look at this money we just printed. I should walk away, but I'm going to hold on. Okay, I'm going to hold on. Okay, everything's set. Can't lose from here. Whatever happens, happens. We had an excellent day. We had a phenomenal day. This was a great day. We had a good day. Look at this money. Look at the money we just printed. I told everyone, break a teal. We're keeping this. Break a teal. Remember, this morning I said, if teal gets us to 83.32, we're keeping it. We kept it. I identified it. Easy money. Easy money. This is why they shadow banned me. Look at the okay. Okay. I'll take it. All right, I'm going to adjust everything. Okay. Everything's set. I keep readjusting. I need to all right, I need to walk away. Break a teal, right? And let me fill everybody in who hasn't been here. Let me fill y'all in. We had this play here. We had, oh wait, let me draw it back. You can rewind the tape. This is actually true. We had this play here. And then we had and then we look at this, look at the oh my goodness. Oh. All right, let me adjust. I'm probably going to take some off the table if it gets a little bit. I'll leave it right here. I'll take some off the table here. Otherwise, we're letting this run. Come on. Dude, I dare you. I double dog dare you to. I need to walk away. Okay, hold on. Okay, everything's adjusted. We're set. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, you have to go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted. Our put scenario had to be down here. Had to be down here. There was no other option, right? The call scenario was, if you're in the Discord, the break of the purple. The call scenario was, if you're on the using the 1 minute chart, the break of the teal. We identified this way down here. We confirmed it right here. Look at the money we just printed. This is why you're here. You think you're going to do it? You need to join the Discord because look, if I do this, then what? If I do this, then what? Then what? What are you going to do? Come on now. You got to be smart with your money. It's a 150 for a month. For a month. We made this this is already made in one contract. One contract is $150 plus. If you did the right delta, one contract. That's all. That's all you needed for the whole month. Look at this money. I don't even need to say anything. Everything's on the screen. I do this live. I'm doing it live in real time, and we're doing it together. We're doing all this together. Look at them. Look at this. I don't even need to say anything. My results speak for itself. My results speak for itself. Oh my goodness. We had a good day. We had a very good day. Let me check the Discord. You don't have to thank me. You did all the work. You did all the work. You sat here. You were patient. You followed the strategy. It's the only thing we got. It's all we got. Hold on. Let me see what I'm going to do. Hold on. I should have walked away, but I didn't. Let me see what I'm going to do. This one got me from our first set. This one got me from my first set. Eesh, I don't know if I'm going to survive. Let's see. Let's see. I'm not going to survive much more. So if it goes below the 5, I'm going to take profit. I'll take profit below the 5. If we form some type of support, like I'm going to start chasing it. I'm going to start chasing this now. Come on. I'll give it a little bit of room, not too much. I'm going to give it a little bit of room, not too much though. Cuz I'm not the type to survive this type of stuff. We're day trading, right? I'm in and out. I'm not holding this all day. That's not me. Some of you guys do it. Good on you. And you probably get better results than me, but the setups, we can't avoid we can't ignore the precision entry setups every single day. I'm chasing this. I don't care. I'm chasing it. We're in between the 5 and the 20. I'm not going to be greedy here. There's no reason for me to be a hero. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I'll give it a little bit of room. I'm going to give it a little tiny bit of room, and then whatever happens, happens. I'm actually going to get up and walk away. Don't overtrade, okay? I'll be right back. Do not overtrade. I'm going to identify the next setup. Don't worry. I'll be right back. All right, let's see what we got. I'm gonna. All right, this is about to get me. It's about to get. Okay, this one got me right here. That was a good trade. Very good trade. I'm not upset with it. We do what we could. I tried. I tried to be a hero. I tried to be a hero right here. You're gonna look back and be like, "Oh, I should have took it at the 20," but you never know. So, but we protected the trade. We did what we needed to do. I think this was a very, very, very good trade. How much was this? 84.58 all the way. If you'd have been perfect to 86.60. This one right here was 3 points. This one right here was another 2 points. If someone did this one, amazing. Amazing. But we do what we could. Now we wait for the next setup. Now we wait for the next one. Where's the next one at? We already have it marked out. We want to look to see if we're going to do this right here. And we're just going to slide everything over just a bit. Nothing's changed. Still the same setup. We're just going to slide it over, okay? I don't know why it looks like that, but... And remember, on the 1 minute, it's over here somewhere. So I just slid it all sideways. Now look, I don't know if this blue is going to be here. We have to let it form. I'm just sliding everything over. Nothing's changed. I'm actually going to move it for now. Yeah. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it, but just remember, I don't know that this is going to be here. I'm leaving it just to see if it actually hits. That'd be crazy. That would be crazy if it actually hits. But here, this is going to be an if then, right? Here's the if then. If the price does this, and then this, and then this, then we're going to look for our entry, okay? So if we break the blue and if all this happens, then. Otherwise, we have to watch out for this. Watch. Let's see. Man, next time I'm taking profit on the 20. Next time I'm taking profit on the 20. I didn't have to survive this for no reason. Anyways, it's not showing me what I need to see. Give me a second. It's going to be a little annoying, but it would have to be like this. Something like that. Now, not necessarily at this time, but around here. So this 50-50 is still valid right here. This 50-50 right here still valid. You notice it's kind of wide. It's kind of wide too. I'll get rid of this one. Looks like a little mini double top. Everyone see little mini double top possibly? Oh, okay. Look at Raul. Look at Raul. Already on top of it. I like that. I like that. But look, remember, what do we say very early this morning? Very early. We want to build in the purple, break the teal, right? Build in the purple, break the teal. Build in the purple, break the teal. Same thing over and over, right? The pattern. You got to look for the pattern. Well, let me look for the pattern. Just I'm not saying do what I tell you to do, but we got a high probability. We got a high probability of a win. And look, I'm not comfortable. Even if this shoots up from here, there's no way I'd be comfortable with all this drawdown. So when I take my profit at certain points, that's me personally. I'm not okay. I'm not built like that. And especially dancing on at the 5, right? Where's the I need to clean this up just a bit. I need to clean this up. I think everyone sees what's happening, right? If here, I'll take this one away. Yeah, I need to clean up this chart. Hold on. We're doing it live, folks. We're doing it live. Give me a little bit of grace. I'm just going to clean it up really quick because I need to see. If I can't see, then you guys can't see either. This one was a really good play right here. This was a really good play right here. This was excellent play. I loved it. I loved it. All right. I'm gonna clean it up just a bit, and then we're gonna give some clarity here. Watch. 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 Everyone sees the range we're in, right? We're in this range right here. We're in this lick box here. There may be a mini lick right here. So from here to here is sketchy. From here to here is where if they want to stop hunt, this is the stop hunt area. If we do this, and then you have to remember, I had that. This was the path. If they want to head up, this would be a good setup. If they want to head down, this would be our setup. Easy? Is that easy or what? Is that easy or what? YouTube, can you guys let me know if that's easy or what? Does it get any easier? This is what it has to be, right? So look, hold on. Give me a second. Let me just finish cleaning up the chart. I'm telling you right now, one of these things is going to happen. It has to happen, right? It simply must. The market has to do a certain thing. It just has to do a certain thing. So we've identified now a higher time frame. We're probably using the 4-hour, maybe the 1-hour chart or time frame. This is the time frame we're on now. With these big liquidity boxes like this is the time frame we're on. I've already identified it. You don't have to think. If you're in here playing around, that's on you. I'm telling you, around here is going to get sketchy. This is perfect for stop hunt. If you can't wait for all this to go to do this right here, then that's something you need to work on. Up in here, there's nothing to do anymore. Okay? We've done what we could. Even on, let's say if it breaks the teal again, I'm good with what we did today. I don't need to take any more risk. If you're taking the risk, the call scenario has to be, if this doesn't play out just like this, from this point here, the call scenario has to be like this. A break of this liquidity box, a retest of this liquidity box, and a reject of this liquidity box, right? So this is our main focus right here, okay? This is our focus now. If you're playing around in here, that's on you. I don't need to trade. I don't need to take another trade for the rest of the month, really, but it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. Kind of fun. We do all right. We do all right around here. So look, we've identified the chop now. Look what time it is. It's chop time. Lunchtime, chop time. We've identified it. This is not supposed to be here. I put this here preemptively, so this is not really a thing. But if you look at this has been here since this morning. This has been here since this morning. So Discord, look, check it. We had a break, a retest, and a reject of this liquidity box. Is the Discord paying attention? Let me see if y'all are paying attention. Who went to sleep? Who went to sleep? Look. This is our liquidity box from this morning. We had a break. Let me zoom in. A break. At some point, it retested. And here's the reject of the liquidity box. And look where we went into. This liquidity box. This has been here all morning since before the market opened. Right? We already identified this. We already identified, look, the sketchy area and where the down would be. I mean, I can't be any more precise than what you're seeing right in front of your face. It's just impossible for me to be any more precise. This has been here since this morning. Okay. I don't think I need to repeat it again. But since this morning, no, I'm just kidding. Okay. So look, we're still traveling in teal. Let teal work. Let teal work. Let's see what happens on the break of this teal on the 5. Again, there's nothing really to do inside the chop box. There's nothing really to do. Let them figure it out. We don't move the market. They move the market, right? So in that instance, we have to wait for the momentum. We see the liquidity building. We'll know once either this happens or if this happens. We'll know. You don't even have to guess. You don't even have to guess. One of them must happen. And if not, then guess what? We didn't get caught in chop. We didn't get caught in the chop. Now, if you want to scalp, that's on you. Here, let me draw the bigger chop box. Yeah, I don't know if it can get any easier than what we're showing right now. It can't get any easier than this. It cannot get any easier than this. We've identified the chop, right? We don't even need to think anymore. Now, if you're risky, then you're taking certain plays, right? Right here with the 5 right here, hey, your best bet is to wait till above the 20. That's not even that far away. That's 86.47. In my opinion, there's nothing really to do in here. We did all of our work. We did all of our work. We don't. If you made money, you really need to start thinking about protecting your account. You really need to start thinking about doing that. Protect your account by calling it a day. You made money, be happy with that. If it breaks teal and it shoots up, my bad. My bad. You know all the risks. You know the risks, you're adults. Yesterday, when I posted in the Discord, I think it was yesterday, when I posted in the Discord about Top Trading Edge taking that loss, um, I wasn't trying to say anything negative about him. What I was just saying, the point I was trying to make is that there are people that are in our Discord, brand new, that are making money. So how is it possible that this multi millionaire is taking losses when we knew, when it was very easy for us? And that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to highlight that if you're here doing this, you're doing better than a this guy has plenty of years of experience, multi millionaire, and you're doing it right. So it's a process and it takes time. But I will say I respect him because he's actually doing it live, and he announces his losses often. So So good, you know, I will respect that. Now, how they make it by, I don't know. I don't know how they make, like, how do they, I don't know. I couldn't sustain all of that loss. It would just be like, to me, that seems like too much gambling. It's like, it's like everything all their trades are like, you got a 50-50 shot up or down. That's what they may have some type of strategy I just don't know about, but I don't know how they do it. But I wasn't trying to disparage him. I was just pointing out the fact that there are people on YouTube or wherever, you know, and they make you think that they have all this money, and they may not. I don't know. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter their P&L, because what can you do with that? That's what you need to think about. How do you use that information, that data? How does that help you as a trader? And I'm not saying that they don't make money. I think they I'm assuming they have to, because there's a lot of people watching, but I I just, it's the consistency. I need consistency. I need something that says that my odds, because you know there's nothing 100%. You know, you see what we're doing. There's nothing 100% here, but at least we got the odds in our favor. At least we have that. But I respect him for you know, saying, hey, I just took a $6,000 loss. I respect that, because that's not easy. That's not easy. And he does it all the he does he announces it often. So good for him. Good for him. And you know, when I take mine, I take mine. I take it. You guys hear it. You all hear it. Because we all, you know, everyone's gonna take a loss. It's just the nature of the beast. Sometimes you're you know, playing it too close, and then the red candle comes and stops you out, and then it keeps going, right? Look at this. Look at this right here. This 1052 candle. What are you gonna do about that? You know, there's nothing you can really do about that. If we're day trading or scalping, things like this, there's nothing you can do about that. If you're swing trading, then you probably have your stop adjusted very high up, uncomfortable level. For us. And look, if you took the break of this teal, you're at the 5. You really need to figure out your life. You need to figure out your life at the 5. If you took the break of this purple to retest the top of this, now's the time to figure out your life. So look, we're going to go through it. Break a teal. You put your stop below the last low. You let the winner win. Now you can adjust. You're at the 5. It's up to you. And maybe I'm a lot more, maybe I'm less aggressive now, because you know, I already put in my work today. I already put in all the risk I need to take today. We're good. I don't need to trade for another month. But risk management. I always preach risk management. The more you sit here and do this, the more risk, the more you're going to lose. It's just a fact. If you can get by with 2 or 3 trades green, that's what you need to focus on. Instead of sitting here trying to nickel and dime yourself into $3 holler every other minute, that's going to be rough. That's going to be rough. And also, it makes the trading not as fun. Now, granted, I sit here with sweaty armpits, biting my toenails and things like that as well. Same thing happens to me. No different. We all go through it. We all go through it. Not on every trade. You know, it feels like that on every trade. I probably wouldn't enjoy doing this. I wouldn't enjoy it. But while we're in this chop box, there's really nothing to do. There's really nothing to do. In my opinion, if it shoots up from here, my bad. My bad. Again, if you took this teal, you need to start adjusting your stops. Be reasonable. Better to be $3 holler like actually positive $3 than 300 negative. If you need to get back in, you can always get back in. You can always wait for confirmation. You can always wait for an actual setup. But right here, there's no setup in here. We need to allow what the market needs to do. We've identified the chop, right? So if you're trading inside the chop, it's going to be hard. And look, we're on lunch break. We're on lunch break. On the East Coast, they're taking lunch. I think they're shoveling snow. All right, let me check on the Discord. How you guys doing? It's still bears there. Okay. Okay. So you're saying he leans into momentum squeeze plays looking for. Oh, so you're saying he's looking for like stop hunts, things like that? Is that his strategy? Like look for a stop hunt and then play the opposite? Or something like that? I'm not sure what he does. Huh. Okay. That's an interesting way how to play day trading on SPY. That's a very interesting way. I, gee, better him than me. I couldn't do that. There's no way I could do that. Oh, I used to watch Josh religiously. I used to watch it religiously. I even I was even in the he doesn't have Discord, he has WhatsApp. Man, it was not beneficial. And I'm not just talking for me. For me personally, it was not a thing. It was not a thing. It just wasn't. I don't know how they do it. And then they're so loyal and then they all stay. I'm like, what is everyone doing? Everyone's just posting loss, 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 and they all stay. I'm amazed by it. I'm really amazed by it. I posted 100% winners today. 100% winners, and you know, if I get 10 people watching, that's a blessing for them. That's a blessing for whoever's watching. But somehow, I don't know how he does it. I honestly don't know. But you know, good on him. He does it live, and I respect that. He doesn't just take a whole bunch of screenshots and put it at the end. You know, puts up a million screenshots. Of course, one of them are gonna hit. Of course, one of them gonna hit me. I only give you two options. There's only two options, so it's really hard to miss. It's really hard to miss. I'm not saying we you know every play we. I'm not saying we're in every single or we get 100% of every play, but we get something. And you know, I identify my strategy clearly. It's clearly identified. But momentum squeeze, that's interesting. I want to look into that. Momentum squeeze. Actually, I don't even need to look into that. I actually don't care about that. I don't need to look into it, but I know whatever it is, it doesn't hit. It don't hit like that. But I do respect him. I will say that. Because this is not easy. None of this is easy because you know, we have a burden and a pressure to perform for everybody. That's just what it is. And I respect him for doing it live and admitting the truth, right? He doesn't go in at the end of the day saying, look what I did with a screenshot. It's like, yeah, we can all take screenshots, buddy. You know, hope, and I thought when I started that that's what would separate me, right? From drawing the thing before and having the thing happen, right? Identifying exactly when, and identifying the risk management also. So that's what I thought would separate me from a lot of other people. So that's the value I think I'm trying to provide, I guess. Okay. Yeah. No, I believe he does have to have some type of he has to be some winning sometime, but it's just the amount of drawdown. And then, I'll see him literally saying opposite of what's happening on the screen. He's the opposite thing of what's happening on the screen. I'm like, wait, am I missing something here? Here, I'm gonna get rid of this. This is preemptive. I'm like, am I missing something? Why is he saying the opposite thing of what's happening? And then he'll change it as soon as the next candle comes in. I was like, wait a second, what's going on here? Why is he switching it just because another candle like he'll say bearish or something, and then a green candle come in and be like bullish. Bulls are still here. Like, wait, what? Yeah, he makes like calls that aren't actually happening in real life. Or maybe in his strategy it is. I don't know. I don't know, but he's all right. He's fine. Hella popular. Hella popular. Everyone knows him. And then I read a comment yesterday on the video from March 2nd. And I wasn't sure if this person was being disparaging towards me or the opposite of being supportive, but he was like something about copying something. I'm like, man, I don't know if you're talking about me, but I don't know who the shit is. Who am I copying? Because if we're all day trading SPY, there's only four of us that I know, four maybe five that I know that doing something similar to what we do. I'm like, there's only 4 or 5 of us, so there has to be some overlap to some degree. That's like saying, I wanted to tell him, which I didn't, but I wanted to tell him, I hope you said the same thing to Pepsi. Because Coke and Pepsi, besides sugar, I don't know what the difference is. Look, if you took this blue, you better start look back to the 20, start moving your stop. Adjust your stop if you took this teal. If you took this purple here, you got to start adjusting that stop. Do you see? Look at the 5 on the 5-minute chart. It's way more accurate. Way more accurate. Use the 5-minute chart, Discord. Don't use the 1 minute. The 1 minute is for everybody else, not for y'all. It's far more accurate. All right, back to the 20. In the chop house. What did I call this? The chop box. I'm just going to slide this over just a bit. Actually, I'll keep it with the price. We'll keep it with the price, so it's not so confusing. I wonder if they're going to stay between the 20 and VWAP all day. Interesting. Simon Shannon, I'm sorry. Yeah, the chart's sloppy. I know it's a little. I think once you've been here for a little bit, it'll be a little more clear. You'll be a little more understanding of what I'm trying to say. But I know it is a lot going on. It is a lot going on. A lot of this is from earlier. Here, let me explain what I got going on. If you're still in here, Simon, let me read your name again. Either Simone Shannon or Simon Shannon. Shannon. I'll just use your last. So it is messy. I know you're not wrong, but here's what we got. We've identified this box, this liquidity box of chop, right? We've identified this as being a potential liquidity grab if they wanted to push up. Our entries are actually on whenever, for call entries, whenever the price breaks our teal, that's our call entry. This was here. I had a path drawn here. So this path here is showing the stop hunt that I was talking about, possible. This path here is showing the break and retest of the 20, which is actually also the break and retest of our lick box, possibly going into this other liquidity box. This is the shoulder. You see there's a shoulder here, a head here, and a shoulder here. If this were to play out, then we see where our put entries, a good put entry would be somewhere around here. So I know it looks a little sloppy, but I'm trying to, if you stick around like from the beginning, instead of just showing up in the middle, yeah, if you're showing up in the middle, it's going to look like that. Yeah. And I agree. It is sloppy, but I'm freehand drawing it. I'm doing it freehand with a mouse. That's it. But just in case anyone doesn't understand, here, you know what I'll do? I'll put on this. I'll put this. And this is self-explanatory, right? Shoulder, head, shoulder. So I don't really need to draw this. But Shannon, if you're still there, let me know if that cleared up anything for you. I'm just going to move all this stuff to the side a little bit. So this extra shaded liquidity box is our extra chop. This is our extended chop. So as of now, until this pattern breaks, it's going to be calls on the bottom, puts on the top. Or excuse me, puts on the 20, calls around 84.34. Until the pattern breaks, that's just what it is. Let them figure out what they want to do here. Hey, Discord, I need some feedback. The chart right now, is it so confusing that it's hard to understand? Or is it in my mind that we've been here watching it so you understand what I'm saying? I just need a little bit of feedback. Okay. Okay. Just making sure. Yeah, Shannon, I think if you were here for the majority of the time, it'd probably make a little more sense. It'd make a little more sense. But I do agree with you. And it is, I bet, people just tuning in are like, what the shit is going on here? What the hell is this mess? I get it. I'd probably say the same thing. I can clean up a little bit. I think we understand that part. I can clean it up. If you took the break of this teal, you really need to start thinking about adjusting your stops, okay? So purple again for the win. Start thinking about adjusting your stops. On the 5, we're coming up to this 86.38. It looks like this 86.38 is a lot of resistance right here, okay? Let me mark it out. You know what? I'll mark out high a day. Let me mark out high a day. I kind of want to mark out the 86.38. Bro, what? Okay. I need to do this again. Okay, 86.38. I'm going to leave it right here. I'll mark this out. I'm going to highlight it just so we know that's major resistance right here. So they knocked on the door once, twice, thrice. Same thing as yesterday, right? Eventually, one of them are going to get tired. Because you see, the buyers have to keep buying higher, buying higher, buying higher, buying higher. So either they're going to, you see it? Does everyone see that? All right, cool. One of them are going to get tired. Same thing as yesterday, no difference. All right, let me clean it up. See how it gets messy? All right, Shannon, there you go. See how it gets messy? That's why. Because I think too much. I do too much thinking. But I just want to give everyone some insight into what I see, so you can identify patterns yourself eventually. And then when you identify the patterns, and then you see the setups you see the setups that I'm presenting, then you can get a little more confidence in your trades. Then you will be far more confident in your trades once you identify the patterns, or know, whenever you see this pattern, what happens, right? Same pattern as yesterday. We went through this yesterday. I don't think we're doing this at the 5 and the 20. So the rules kind of change when we're at these MAs right here. The rules kind of change. Because the high liquidity. Remember, the 20 MA is the center of the Bollinger. The 20 MA is the center of the Bollinger Band. A lot of people use Bollinger Band for their trading. 1, 2, 3. All right, 4 times. Let's see. Now remember, we had this, and then you see this. Eventually, one of them are going to get tired. Because the buyers are only willing to keep buying higher for a certain amount of time. Eventually, they're going to be like, I'm not buying any higher than this, right? And the bears, they want to push this down. They tried 1, 2, 3. And when I'm saying the bears, I mean the actual literal computer where people have orders at 86.38 for puts. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. Now, because we're in between the 5 and the 20, here's the cautionary tale that I must tell you. All right, the cautionary tale is, because we're at the 20, a lot of liquidity right here. It's the middle of the Bollinger Band, X, Y, and Z. I already went through it. So what we have to watch out for is the stop hunt. So it's important we get a firm break, a retest, and a reject. Let me clean it up before people throw up. Normally we'd think, oh, okay, if it breaks this 86.38, it's probably going to be a breakout. That's normally what we would think. Maybe this could be a bullish pennant, something like that. That's normally what we would think. But because we're at the 20, we have to have a slightly different thought process. And look, they're just bouncing between the 20 and the 5 at this point. This is a lot of liquidity right here, and especially for day traders right here. So a lot of retails right here, and a lot of what do they call them? The firms, investment firms are right here. A lot of retail, a lot of investment firms. All right, YouTube, I'm going to check on you guys. Oh, okay. All right, Shannon. So I trade market. Oh, okay. Good. Essentially, I think, everyone really kind of has to trade market structure. Whether you know it or not, everyone has to trade the structure, right? Or else you're always going to be. Well, no, you know what? Never mind. Josh doesn't trade market structure. So never mind. But I think the majority of people do trade market structure as well. To me, that just makes the most sense to trade market structure. It makes the most sense to me. Because the stock market has to fill the orders. They must be filled. They got to be filled somewhere. So as long as you know the pattern. Now, when we're day trading, swing trading, trading structure, probably easier, but day trading, we need to identify in real time. Well, before, right? We need to identify when the setups are. We need to identify when the setups are. When the setups are. I mean, technically, we could put another win right here as well. I did caution against it. Hold on. I did caution because we're still in this, what is it? The chop box here. But Shannon, I'm glad you're here with us. I'm glad you're here with us on the journey. So my trades today, I didn't take this one. I took this one and I took this one. Just these two right here. This call and this call. Those are the only two I took today. But the setups are build in this, build in purple, break the teal. On the 5-minute chart, it's just break the purple, break the purple. Now on the 5-minute chart, we've identified this teal. So this is important. And maybe we have a triple top forming. We don't know yet. We don't know. We don't want to be. Maybe. We'll see. I think for a double top, I'd like to see a little further drawdown here, and then a retest, and then another further drawdown. But I do see, double toppy. It does look like it. Me personally, I would prefer further drawdown, and then a retracement back up. Again, there's nothing really to do in here. I mean, if you're scalping, fine, I guess, but there's not a lot to do in here. I think they're starting another algo, but I like this teal. So for safety, because of the market environment, I'm going to leave this teal. But I think they're starting another algo here on the 5 minute. If you're having a tough time seeing, I have. Oh, wait. Why did I do that? It was up here. They're really crunching it in here, huh? One of them's going to win. Now, if they do break the 20, remember, to the upside, we have to watch out for this and this. We have to watch out for liquidity grab, a stop hunt. So if you want some, again, it needs to look like this, something like this. But if the chart looks messy, I want you guys to tell me. Look, it looks too messy. I don't know what the shit's going on here. You guys can tell me that. There's nothing wrong with that. Some good structure here would be if we did this. Maybe like the cup handle up. So let's see if we get this cup and handle form. Man, they're really grinding this in here, huh? When I first started trading, I would see something like this and think it's going to be a breakout. It's going to be a breakout until I got stop hunted so many times. I was like, okay, let me calm down. Let me wait for at least some confirmation. So I think we see 8638 is they tried 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times at 8638. Someone's gonna give up. One of them's gonna give up. It has to be like that. It must be like that. Otherwise, we're just gonna get stuck in the chop. So we see what the setups are, right? We see what the setups are. Who's sweaty? 8 trades. Goddamn, Jones. 8 trades. Gee, cheese and rice. As long as you're not over leveraging, nothing wrong with it. How 8 trades? We only had 1, 2, 3, 4. We only had 4 available trades. You must be scalping this. You must have scalped blue. You had to be scalping blue. But this pattern right here, this is algorithm. This is the computer. This is the computer. It's very look. This is all computer. There's 2 computers fighting each other. That's all we're seeing right here. What is it? It's Grok versus ChatGPT, or I don't know the other ones. Okay, let me read some of this. Is this a rising wedge? Looks like it. Looks on the 5-minute. Would it drop the handle? Is right now, I believe. Would it drop the handle? Is right now, I believe. I'm trying to interpret that. Would it drop the handle? Okay, wait. Are you saying this cup and handle right here? I'm going to clean this up real quick. Man, they're really defending this 8638. They are really defending it. Who's going to win? Let me check higher time frame really quick. Okay, above the water. Above the water. Above the water. Who's gonna win the battle of 8638? Come on. Come on. Let's do something here. Oh man. Okay. What do we got? Let's go. Come on, move. Is the stock market broken? Hello? Is this thing on? Okay. All right, look, Discord. For calls, it has to look like this. For puts, it's already here. So first we need to get through this teal. We have to get through this teal first. So until we break the teal convincingly, right? Then we're going to look for the put entry underneath 83.30-ish. And I know that's a far way away, but it is what it is. Otherwise, we're going to get stuck in this chop. Otherwise, we're stuck in the chop. At least on the call side, we can gain the liquidity from the 20. We'll have something to go off of, right? So we need to break it, retest it, and reject it. We need to gain some liquidity off the 20. On the put side, you see this strong uptrend. We don't want to fight the trend too much. We don't want to fight the trend. So if we get down here, then we're going to look for our puts. But until then, you know, it's a very far away. It's very far away. What the hell did I just say? I'm gonna redraw this wedge. Okay, I could have done better. How about I do it with this? Watch. That doesn't look as nice. We'll make this orange. And then we'll make this orange as well. Is this too much orange on the screen? I feel like it's too much orange on the screen. Let me get rid of VWAP. But they've built plenty of good liquidity in here. They've plenty. This is excellent liquidity. This is kind of what you want to see for the moves that are going to take, you know, it's going to take a little bit longer for the move to happen, but whatever the move is, this is a good liquidity for it. One of them are going to get tired. We see buying higher, buying higher, buying higher, buying higher, buying higher, buying higher. Eventually, one of them is going to get tired. They have to keep rejecting, 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 rejecting. It's just to the 5. Relax. We still got to deal with the 5. Still got to deal with the 5. You see what they're doing. They're bouncing me here. There we are. Relax that ass. Relax that ass. Jones, you know what I'm talking about. Relax that ass, Jones. You know what I'm talking about. You've heard that a few times in your life. I only said that because he talked about my mom the other day. All right, let's see what they got. Now this possible, I don't know, maybe this trend line here and the 5, they're coinciding at the same time. So let's see if it means anything. Let's see if it means anything. This 30-minute candle has about 7 minutes left on it. This 5-minute has about 2 minutes. We'll see if this orange holds up. If the orange doesn't hold up and they break below, then we still have to worry about 84.34. And it looks like another. And it looks like this right here is going to be some noise right here as well. So the orange is holding up so far. But look, it's right on the 5. So that may mean something. That could mean something. It could just be continuation off the 5 back to the 20, off the 5 back to the 20. And even if it does break, we still got to deal with 85. What is this? 85 exactly. We're at 85.50 right now. I could probably draw this better, but obviously I don't know how to color inside the lines. Relax that ass, Jones. Relax it. Nothing to do inside here, okay? We got to wait for one of these things to happen. There's nothing to do in here. So we've seen this 2 candle push, you know, a couple more candles, but 2 strong candle push off the 5 already right here, and it rejected exactly on the 86.38. So I've been trying to leave early today, but now I'm now I gotta look. Now I gotta look. I've been trying to get out of here early. Like, oh, this is boring. I made my money, but now I gotta look. I want to see what's gonna happen. If anything, I'll just get ready in the background. Chat between the 5 and the 20. Just relax that ass. Jones has to be AFK because he didn't even say anything. He's got to be AFK. Now we're slightly below the water on the 1, above the water on the 5, above the water on the 30. So ideally, we would have liked to have seen the strong push up in green, the 2 red candles before green continuation. This continuation is having a hard time at the 20. We're still on this orange, and it's right on the 5. Gotta see if this means anything. What does this mean? Give me your secrets. If you're just tuning in, one of these things has to happen. One of these. There's nothing to do in here. Okay? Got 25 seconds on this 5-minute candle. Let's see if they push it back up in the last 5 seconds. Okay. Broke right below the 5. Retest the 5. Okay. Twenty seconds on this candle. Okay. If you're scalping, you look, we're coming up to 85. You need to really be on top of it, okay? If you're scalping this orange, you need to be on top of it. Don't let it go against you is all I'm saying. Okay? We're coming up to this teal on the 5-minute chart. I like that I had a little hesitation here. If it formed a wick, that'll be nice. If it had a little tiny wick on this, that'll be nice. That'll let me know that there's actually liquidity here. Three minutes on this candle. if 85 forms some resistance, you need to adjust your stops, okay? I'm not saying to stop out, I'm saying to adjust your stops. All right. Two and a half on the candle. Let's see what they do this last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes on this teal right here. Let's see if they make it resistance. Okay, they formed a wick right on teal. Well, the wick's not done, but looks like they formed a wick on teal. This is what we wanted to see, right? Because now we're gonna get all the information because we know there's liquidity here. We know there's liquidity right here. Now we're gonna get the information we need. Still 40 seconds on the candle. All right, there's the wick we wanted to see. This is the wick we wanted to see. Now we just need to let everything else play out. We just need to let everything else play out. Everything on the screen is still a thing, right? What the wick did was confirm that there's liquidity right here. So if we break this liquidity, then we'll have an idea of what to expect. And now we can tell if they're grabbing liquidity from here, and we're going to see if they push it up. So there's still, the plays are still the same. Nothing's changed, right? Still the same thing. Nothing's changed. We're still in our liquidity box. But this is important to know that this teal is a thing. Now we know if it breaks it, we have an idea of what to expect. Or our probabilities are higher. Also, on this wick, we can get another idea of what we could expect. Our probabilities are higher this way. We needed this wick to happen right here. We needed that to happen. Because all it did was confirm that they just had a liquidity grab. That's all they did was confirm. Very, very simple. We're going to see if they came back early from lunch. So the reason why one of these things has to happen, number one, because that's the way the stock market works. Number two is to protect us from getting caught in chop. We've identified chop. So it's important that one of these things, it must happen. It simply must. There's really no other way to look at it. Now, I could be wrong, but I doubt it. I could be wrong, but I highly doubt it. Remember, I said we wanted to see a wick right here. This is a very important wick because it tells us we got now our probabilities on either way is increased. Because now maybe this is the cup handle. We needed to see this. This is an important wick. If they reject again at 86.38, I'm going to drop kick the computer. If they reject again at 86.38, I'm drop kicking this computer. All right, we got 18 minutes on this 30-minute candle. We're back to retesting 86.38. Almost. But now we got some movement coming in, right? Now we got some movement. How long did we spend? We spent an hour just chopping sideways, an hour. Oof, rough. So we know exactly what they're defending, right? They're defending this teal and they're defending 8638. So look, we're in here. While we're still in here, there's nothing really to do. All of this must happen. If we break this teal, then we have a higher probability of this being a thing. If we break 8638, then we have a higher probability of this being a thing. But all of this must happen. While we're still inside here, there's nothing to do. We got to be okay with that. We can't let, one or two candles dictate our trading. Look at him. Look at him now. Look at it now. All right. When this breaks, it's going to move. And then don't forget, there's another liquidity grab possibly down here. This is why I have this here. Yep. So this is our best bet down here. And a firm break and retest up here is our best bet. In here, nothing to do. This is just chop. We've identified it. Don't let one or two candles fool you, okay? That's not what we're here. That's not why we're here. Everybody else that's doing that, they are exit liquidity. We have to find the wave. Once we find the wave, then we jump on our surfboard. Or skateboard. Every time I try to skateboard, I get cramps in the arches of my feet. Oh man. All right, cool. $10. Hell yeah. I like it. I like it. $10 holler. But it feels good. I don't care. I think it feels good to win $10. I'll take a $10 win any day. If you took this, yeah, you have to really chase it. You have to be careful with this. Now we got some movement. Let's see, we're back above the water, above the water, above the water. But this 30-minute is saying sideways from here. We need to have strong movement. We need to have a very strong movement above the 20. Let's check the... Yeah, the volume came in for a second and then died off. We need to see some volume building back up. But this wick right here, very important wick. We needed this wick. This wick confirmed both of these setups. We needed this wick. Very important wick. And I'm glad I said it before it happened. Before, not after. I didn't take a screenshot and say, look what I did after the fact. Before. All right, back between the 5 and 20. Here we go. Here we go. The volume died off. Eesh. Look, these whatever I have on the screen, these are the setups. It has to be like this. There's no other way around it. You know, if it breaks from here and dumps, and you waited for this and it stops right here, my bad. I'm trying to tell you what the highest probability win will be. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If it dumps from here, if it goes from here and goes straight down here, and you could have taken a W, my bad. I'm not here, but I have a very specific criteria for the plays. It just has to do the thing that I know it needs to do. And if it doesn't do, we put in all our work. We put in a lot of work today. We put in a lot of good work. Now, granted, I have 1, 2, 4. I have 4 wins on here, but me personally, I only took 2. I took this one and this one. These are the only 2 that I took all day. Because once we started doing this, I'm like, okay, we're clearly in chop. I don't need to get involved in here. If they start another bear cycle and these legs don't spread apart, okay, 13 right around the corner. Right around the corner. 10 minutes away from 13. They better not start this bear cycle. They better not start a bear cycle. Those legs better spread apart. Don't you dare. I'm still here. I'm just being quiet. I gotta make a phone call. I'm still here though. Okay, let's see what they got. All right, they're testing 8638. Allow all of this to happen. You need to allow all this so you don't get caught in the stop hunt. So just allow. You know, if it breaks straight through, my bad. I'm trying to prevent against a stop hunt. We're at the 20. The 20 is a little bit above this 8638, right? So look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the sixth time they're testing it. I'm still here. I'm just going to be quiet a little bit. I'm here. I'm just being quiet. I'm on the phone. All right, let's see what we got. 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 We have how much time? 1 minute on this candle. The high of day is at the top. Hold on, let me pull this over. This is the high of day at the top of this lick box right here. And the 20s right here. So remember, all this needs to happen. All of it. All this needs to happen. It'll be obvious and you won't be late. Don't worry. When it happens, it'll be obvious and you won't be late. Volume picking up. And we're on the 13 candle. The 1300 candle. This compression time was absolutely insane. This amount of compression. Let's see, 11. Got about 2.5 on the candle. This 86.38 is tough. It's because it's the 20, but gosh dang. No matter what, we have to wait for all of this to happen. Okay? And then we're going to look for, when it breaks, the retest. We're going to look for the reject. Or if they just grab liquidity and dump, we're going to wait for this to happen. Okay? Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. If we get below, well, obviously the teal, but if we get below 85.56, we got to start to look the other way. Okay, basically if we get below the 5. Yeah, if we get below the 5, well, that's obvious. My bad. My bad. Look, if it doesn't do exactly what we need it to do, I'm not interested in getting caught in chop. I'm not interested in that. If you want to scalp from here to here or whatever, that's on you. All right, so we had our morning volatility, afternoon compression, and then it's gonna be the end of the day, the last minute PM move to slap you in the face. It's like that. Is what it is. If we don't see wait, what did I just do? If we don't see a strong move like this, like a strong candle, like or stacking candles, a couple candles stacking above the 20, there's nothing to do here. So maybe a suggestion would be set an alert. I'm gonna set an alert down on here. And I'll set an alert here, I guess. This chop between the 5 and 20 is kind of crazy. Let's see where VWAP is. Okay, good little distance. Oh man, we put in the extra hours today. Put in the overtime today. It would have been nice if we would have seen that strong push, the 2 red, and then the green continuation. I'm still waiting. We need to get above the 20 for that continuation. That's pretty much what we're waiting for. Yeah. Okay. One of my alerts went off. They want it bad. Come on, let's get it. They want it bad. We barely broke the 20 over here, like, a couple wicks. I wouldn't even say a breakout. The wick I don't really count as a break. We need to close above. I think this looks kind of good for an inverse head and shoulder, but this 20 is formidable. Actually, damn it, the 8638 is just a force to be reckoned with. You see why I'm telling you all of this must happen? And if it doesn't happen, then we don't have a setup. Then we're just going off hopes and dreams and prayers. All of it must happen. Now, if you're smooth and you're able to catch from the 20 and chase it, then you got to be smooth. You got to be real smooth with it. And then, put a really, really, really tight stop. I mean, chase it. Don't even put it stop. Just chase it with your stop loss. They're showing overbought. So overbought, for example, like RSI, you know how everyone uses RSI and it's showing overbought. It's not literally saying that, well, we bought too much. The RSI is showing you a trend. That's all it's showing you. And what people do is they say, well, this trend's been going for too long over an average, and maybe it's time to take some profit here. However, RSI is not literally saying we bought too much. It's saying that the trend is up. We're in an uptrend. That's what RSI is saying. So make sure when I'm saying overbought, essentially I'm saying the trend is up. If we're oversold, the trend is downtrend. You understand what I'm saying? Jones, I know you're gonna. I know you're gonna try to. I already know. All right, Cipher. That's probably a good idea. Probably a good idea, Cipher. This 8638. Good gosh. How many times? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. They knocked on the door 8 times. I mean, this looks like a really nice, what do you call it? But it's not doing it. It just won't do it. Or it's going to be, last minute at the end of the day, they're going to keep chopping around. Kind of like what we figured out what would happen this morning. It just won't do it. There's nothing to do in here. There's absolutely nothing to do in here. All right, I'm going to circulate some blood. I'm going to let this keep chopping around between the 5 and the 20. I'm going to circulate some blood. Well, hold on. Now I need to pay attention. If I see one green candle, I'm going to circulate some blood. If we get below 85.56, we need to start looking the other way. Okay, I'm going to circulate some blood. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. I'm here. I'm just gonna be quiet. I'm gonna try to eat something real quick. I've been making scrambled eggs in the microwave. Has anyone ever tried that? Making scrambled eggs in the microwave? It's actually okay. It's not bad. For real. I just did. Normally, if I wasn't on here, I would cook them in the pan, but sometimes that microwave comes in handy. Hot dogs in the microwave? Oh hell yeah, hell yeah! I made hot dogs in the microwave. I've made fried bologna sandwiches in the microwave. All right, look, this is how you do it, because obviously everyone's curious. Oh wait, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. All right, we're touching the 20. I'm gonna mark out high day on the 5 really quick. Okay, too late. Let me just. All right, look, this is how you do it, because I know everyone's wondering. Well, how do you make eggs in the microwave? They're actually fluffy too. First, you need 2 eggs. I prefer brown eggs. I don't know why. I just like brown eggs. You need 2 eggs, and then you get a bowl or something microwave safe. Put a little bit of water. Just not, I don't mean like any water sitting. Hold on. Here we go. Here we go. We'll get back to it. Hold on. I need to focus. Okay. I'm here. I'm just focusing. I'm being quiet. Give me a second. This candle has like a minute and a half on it. $30 on the candle. $3 hauler. $3 hauler. I'm gonna wait for I'll wait for the actual setup. Thought I was gonna give me a little bit, but $3 hauler on that. And now look. And now look. Come on, man. Come on, man. Okay, so I entered probably somewhere a little bit lower in this candle here. So where is it? Here was my entry. Here was where I put my stop loss. I was trying to chase it. I thought it was going to give me a little bit more. This one right here took me out from my initial contracts for a couple bucks. And then this one right here was basically a little bit above break even. So I chased it a little too. It's okay. We didn't lose anything, but we'll see if I get back in. I chased it too close. All right, really quick. Let me go back over it. I got filled somewhere in this candle. I put my stop below the candle, which was below 80s. What is this? 86.38. You know, I went through some pain, and then after that, I started this one. Let me zoom in a little bit. This right here was my initial, because I chased this. This was my initial set of contracts. And then, oh, excuse me. This was my initial set of contracts right here. And then I chased it with the runners right here. And I'm not upset. This one made me a $3 hauler. If it didn't do what I needed it to do, it didn't do it. So that's how we did that one. And this was the stop loss down here. So really quick, again, because I think that was a little confusing. I entered somewhere inside this candle. I know it wasn't on the top. So somewhere inside this candle I entered. This was my initial set of contracts right here. So I had from this to this, a few bucks. And then this one was a little bit above break even, just to make sure I have my fees and everything's covered. So only a few bucks there. But if you did this head and shoulders, that junk worked out pretty well. If I really doubt I'm gonna take another stab at it. I doubt it. If I did, I'm gonna wait for all of this to happen next time. I at least need to wait for it to break, close above this lick box, and then reject off the top of the lick box. At least I'm gonna wait for that. But you know, I made my attempt. And I know I wouldn't have been okay with this. I would not have been okay with this drawdown, especially on the 20. I wanted, especially when I saw this one, I was like, okay. I started chasing it right here, and then and then I started chasing the my runners. So I'm gonna let everything happen this time. But if you're still in it, then you probably got to be holding through the weak bear cycle. Yeah. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. But here's the thing. Oh, look at this. And then look at this. Look at this. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let me focus. I'll be right back. I'm still here. Just let me focus real quick. I'm here, just being quiet. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm done. Okay, so here's what happened. I'm not gonna trade anymore. I tried to get in on this candle. I ended up getting filled on this candle, which is actually kind of better because it was a little bit inside the wick and inside of this one. Um, I moved my stop a few times. I'm not gonna lie, but this was the break even. I highlighted. What did I highlight? 86, 87 for a take profit. So I took profit up here just to collect something, and then the runners got stopped out right here for break even. A little bit above break, like just enough to cover fees. So yeah, because we're right next to the gosh darn 20, and yeah, I could have held a little longer, but I think this wick probably scared me out. Wish I would have held a little bit longer. Obviously now, but this got me right here. This one got me. I didn't want to go negative again because I had this. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Um, I saw that we have resistance here, so I rarely do I put a take profit, but I at least wanted to get something. So again, from here to here, and then this is break even for fees. Whatever, I'm done. I'm not gonna play the game anymore. It is what it is. Teal, teal, teal. Yeah. All right. So lately, or not lately, but last few times, I've been showing where my stop loss is, and then I've been showing my initial contracts or chasing with initial contracts and then leaving runners wherever the runners are going to go. I wish I would have held a little bit longer, but we're late in the day. I don't have time for this. We're too late. If it was earlier in the day, yeah, I probably would have held a lot longer, but now look at it. Now look at it. But I entered here. I had to survive all this. I was using, at first, I was using this wick for a stop loss. Let me show you. I was using this wick right here for a stop loss. And then when I saw this, I was like, oh, let me give it a little more room. And I ended up giving it a little more room. So luckily it didn't stop me out here. And I was able to at least get something out of it. You know, I wish I would have held longer now, but the red candles scare me out too. The red candles scare me out too. But I'm not going to be upset. Whatever happens, happens. We still had a good day. I mean, look at this day. We had a phenomenal day. I'm not going to complain. So I only took, well, now I took 4 trades, but look, we took this one right here. We took this one right here. And then I got chopped and screwed in here. Yeah, the price action is just not doing what we needed to do. So, you know, I rather a $3 win than a $300 loss. That's for sure. That is for sure. So yeah, if you ever see that teal on there, that's what I'm doing. I'm just showing everyone where my personal stop loss and so usually there's 3. Usually I'm doing 3. Now, granted, it's really tough to go between the trading view, switch the shit up, trading view, switch the shit up, trading view. It's like a lot of alt tab going on there. So it's not easy. I think I think I just had a little. It's not easy to do that shit. And look at the price action. It's not, you know, especially above the 20, you want it to, you have certain expectations, and if it doesn't meet that expectation, I'm fine. I'm fine. Whatever happens, happens. You know, we didn't take a loss. A couple dollars here and there. We can almost buy a Starbucks cup. 1 cup of Starbucks. And actually, you know, especially over here, what I should have done was probably only done maybe 1 contract just to test the water, you know, because we're late in the day. Theta is kicking in now. We don't have time for this stuff right here. If it was the morning, definitely I would have let it run. Definitely I'll let it run. But in the afternoon, I'm going to take what I get. I don't need to be a hero. I need to get my dollar profit, my $3 hauler, and be okay with that. This is tough to trade in here. I'm glad I didn't get stopped out here because that would have pissed me off. That would have pissed me off. And I broke a rule here by moving my stop loss. Because again, at first I was using, you're going to have to rewind the tape. You can probably see me do it in real time if you rewind the tape. At first I was using this wick right here for a stop loss. And then once I saw this, kind of like a little, I don't know, I just saw like a little tiny hammer. I was like, all right, let me give it a little bit of room. I didn't give it a lot. And it danced right on it. And then it did what I needed it to do. And then I just followed along. But yeah, so late in the day with this type of price action, I don't need to be a hero. I put this thick white right here just to show where my take profit would have been. That's why I have this thick white right here. And, you know, I hit a take profit just to secure something because I knew it wanted to test this again because I saw, you know, we already saw it over here. So I was pretty confident we're going to hit this again. I was hoping on this candle that we would get some motion, right? But it didn't give me any motion because it closed above. I wanted some motion, and it's still going sideways, so I'm not upset about it. If it shoots up from here, whatever. It wasn't a trade for me. But I tried. I took my attempt. I took my stab. I stuck to the rules. I didn't take a loss, so we're okay. Here's the thing. I know that if it does go up, I'm going to feel FOMO about it. I already know it, but it's too late now, so I know I kind of feel shitty about it already. I know I feel shitty about it already. Yeah, I could have been fine. I just played it a little too close, but I think in the environment we're in, it so here's the only reason why I even took the trade. So I want everyone to pay attention in YouTube and TikTok and Discord, everybody. I want everyone The only reason I even played around up here, because I was pretty much done for the day. The only reason why I played around up here, number one, I saw we had some strength off the 20. But number two, um, I said, I said at on the 10:30 candle. I'm not sure exactly what time. I just know it was a 10:30 candle. That what we want to look for is the strong move up, the 2 red, and continuation. So I was expecting the continuation above the 20, and it's just it's just a little too choppy, little too choppy. I'm in a 0 DTE. It's late in the day. I'm not playing that game. So the only reason why I took the trade was because what I said earlier. Strong candle up, 2 red, continuation. If you don't remember me saying that, you got to rewind the tape, go back to like around the 10:30 candle-ish. You'll see when I said it. So I see the 2 red, and then I see the movement. I just know we had to deal with the 20. I think this candle here gave me a little warm and fuzzy. I think everyone heard me even say it. Hold on, let me pay attention. Luckily, I didn't get. Oh no, it was this one right here. This one right here. This candle right here at 13:49 gave me a little warm and fuzzy because I already got chopped up here, and then the rest is history. The rest is history, as they say. But yeah, whatever happens from here happens. If you were able to get this head and shoulders, this is a good move. It just took a really long time. This took almost an hour. This is almost an hour move. So when I'm telling you, we only have a couple trades in a day, 3 at the most. Now you know what I'm talking about. Now you know what I'm talking about. That just took all the wind out of my sail, so to speak. But it might be 258. What do you mean 258? What does that mean? Jones, what does 258 mean? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Probably. I'm just not willing to play the game. If we were early in the day, yeah, I would have held on to this. I definitely would have held. And, another thing that allowed me to not stop out here was that we're still above the water. Over here, we're still above the water. So I'm like, I at least got to give myself that much room, I'll at least let it give it. I knew I wasn't going to go to the 5. I wasn't going to allow it to go to the 5. Even though I seen what, bouncing off the 5, bounce off the 5. I knew I wasn't going to allow that to happen. That was too much drawdown because that would have, I wouldn't have lost for the day, but it would have put a dent in it, right? So I played a little tight, and if there is a time to get chopped up, this is the time. Like this, right? This is the time you get chopped up. I tried. I don't know why I feel like I took a loss. I don't know why I feel so disappointed. It's because, you know what? My bias. I expected a much bigger move. That's why. It was my bias. So it's going to be the late play at the end of the day. This is the ugly grind. And look, I'm not upset. Now I'm going to say I'm not upset. Watch, when it shoots up at the end of the day, I'm going to be like, I'm upset. We all go through it. I don't even know why I feel so bad right now. I feel like I took a loss. It's because I concentrated so hard for how long? 13:49. Yeah, for like 20, 30 minutes, man. Just very hard and then having an alt tab and go through the brokerage and go to TradingView to try to update this because I want you guys to see that I'm doing the same thing you're doing, or I'm taking the same trades you're taking. I just want you guys to see it. Now, hopefully, we waited for this. Hopefully, you did better than me and waited for this. But, I tried. I took a stab at it. As long as I didn't over leverage, we had a really good day. Either way, we had a very good day. So I'm not going to complain about that. What I am going to do is I'm going to borrow this chart. I'm going to do some admin and borrow this chart. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Okay, so as expected, we had this choppy day. We had a very choppy day. Let me go ahead and read the analysis from this morning. Traders, we might see some chop or a grind. Trade light. Look for a play off the MAs. That was the analysis from this morning, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that all happened. The morning session did what the morning session does, and even in here, this was difficult in here. This is really choppy. I wasn't even really comfortable with this one, even though it was break a teal. I wasn't comfortable with it. This is where I went in. This is another one where I went in, and then everyone saw the last few hours. Man, this one really, I feel like I was concentrating so hard. Like, I just feel like I've just been doing a lot of mental work. You know that like mental exhaustion that you get sometimes when you didn't really lift a finger all day, but maybe you've been studying or reading a book or something like that, and your mind is just extremely exhausted. That's what I feel like right now. Yeah, I know. I need to get two screens. I know, but I'm too cheap. I'm a cheap bastard. I'm a cheap bastard. You know what I have? I have four laptops. One, two, three. No, no, yeah, I have four. But one of them's old. One of them's really old. Not really. Yeah, one of them's old. But it's still usable. I could definitely do whatever I need to do on it. I think we had a good day today. We caught this. Well, I don't know. Break a teal. That was the thing. Break a teal. And look, this teal held up. This teal on the 5 held up all for the rest of the damn day. It was important to identify this one here. This one was very important to identify, and this wick right here was very important as well. This wick right here, very important wick. Damn, I don't even want to make a video today. I don't know why I feel like that just took all the life out of me. And I really don't like to move my stops. Usually I just like to put the stop and let it ride, but look at this. If I would have left it, it would have been literally pennies. Pennies. Because I was on the bottom of this red wick right here. This would have been pennies to stop me out for absolutely no reason and taking a bigger loss. So, I'm glad I didn't. We didn't take a loss, but I don't know why it feels like I took a loss. Because all the concentration for like $3. Earlier today, it was easy. It was just like take the trade and let it go, and then be reasonable with your stop, and that was, or with your take profit. Now late in the day like this, yeah. This is why you guys see me before now. I'm usually off. I'm usually off by now. I'm usually off already. But the only thing that kept drawing me in was this wedge that we saw right here. This thing was drawing me in. I'm like, man, I want to see what happens. And I knew this was bullshit. But I thought this 20 would had a little bit more oomph. I thought it would have a little more oomph because look at all this. I mean, we built up a good amount. And I'm not saying it's not going to happen. It's just I wasn't prepared for a late in the day. Right now, theta's kicking in, right? On 0DTE, theta's kicking in right now. So my contracts would all be losing. Yeah, they would all be losing money. All of them would be losing money. So, you know what? I'm not upset. I'm not upset with it. I because I didn't get the move that I expected. That's why I was chasing it really tight. I needed that move to happen. That's why I chased it like that. I really don't feel like making a video today. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back, and then we're going to wrap it up. Don't overtrade. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Uh, so I guess silver lining here is we did see this strong move to red continuation, very slight continuation. You know, not ideal, but if you'd have got the bottom, you'd have been fine. Yeah, they're waiting for last minute. They're gonna wait for the last 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes. Anyways, who's got something for me? Yeah, yeah. Let me get a gift. Let me get that gift, homie. No, Jones, I don't trust you. Your gifts are. I don't know what you got. I don't know what you got. The gift that keeps on giving. Don't need it. Hey, choppy, choppy. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna be in the Discord in a second. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. We're gonna do it again tomorrow. If you look at this, come on now. Come on now. Now I gotta see what this green candle does. Now I gotta see what this green candle does. Yeah, I wouldn't have held for another hour. There's no way. Ain't no way. Anyways, YouTube, it's been a pleasure. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I will get you sorted out. TikTok, Instagram, all the rest. Goodbye.